Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. I got us on the Bitcoin chart, but to be honest with you, I really wanted to flip over to something else because I'm looking at some opportunities right now. You may have already missed this, but we get a pull back on this. We're going to find a setup on this today. So, I'm looking at Aster for one, and I think that we did talk about Aster a little while back. Back when it's been a while. It's been a while, and I think it was when Asta was in this. I think it was in this yellow box right here. So it's been a little bit now, but you can see that we got a print on a buy order here into that 786. But I'm gonna look for a pullback on this because this is looking kind of good right here. This is looking kind of good. Let me push out on the 4 hour. This is looking good. Aster is looking good, but we need that pullback so we can capture that on the 15-minute time frame. We're still within probably coming up to a resistance wall right here. You can see how many times we got rejected around the top side of our daily level in here. But as soon as we get that pullback, we need to be looking at getting into an Aster position. Now, the other one that I'm really, really loving right now is Hyperliquid. Now, I did throw out a long position on Hyperliquid, and then I looked back at it, and with myself personally, and played something else on it. But I just jumped back into this thing like um, here. Now you can see right here off of this 4 hour time frame coming into this bottom trend line right here. This is where we started looking at Aster the last time. And it was a position from this one right here. I think it was this one right here. It might have been this one. I got it on the 15-minute time frame, but you can see all the bullish divergence coming across here. This was the first push up on Hyperliquid where it did not put in the bear div, because it put in the bear div the first time against this high over here. So you can see that difference right here where it put in the bear div, but this time it actually closed properly without putting in the bear div. So now it's time for this bullish divergence to play out, honey. When I tell you, I just jumped into it. And we're hitting the top side right now of the on the 15-minute time frame. We're hitting the top side of the Bollinger Band, so it might pull back one more again. I wouldn't expect for it to come back down to this trend line though, so I'm gonna have to move this field retracement level up. I entered a small position because I got to be safe because I entered it right up here around resistance, possible resistance. But yeah, this bullish divergence down through here. Ooh, yes. And you see this, you see on the 4 hour, you can see this positive MACD and Delta. Now, as soon as this MACD crossed the zero line, let's go, baby. Let's go. So looking for that big push up here. Hopefully it will make it at least all the way back up in here, but got the golden pocket right here coming up for the trend line from here. So we're looking for this thing to actually break out of this first little kind of falling wedge situation right here. So we're looking for this first one, and then we'll look for this second one. So right now that's what I'm focusing on. But this is pretty nice. This was the one that I had threw on the chart on the stream. What day was this? This was Tuesday of last week. Okay, so Tuesday of last week, and you see it almost got stopped out down there. But this was the one I threw on there. And then this was one that I had looked back at. And then and now I'm like, okay, so no more bear divs. Great. And I saw it's breaking through here. So I was like, let me go ahead and jump in on a long on this right here. Like I said, possibly coming into some resistance up here. I'm gonna add to this as soon as it gets another pullback. But as Hyperliquid is gonna be a good one. All right. So Zcash got a little triangle on it right here. Remember yesterday we were looking at the 85, 80. But we're looking at standard deviation 1 and 2 in here, and you can see it gave a little bit of a pullback. But this thing right here, it's in a triangle. I can delete this now. I just had to wait until you came back on so we can see how, like I was saying, somewhere around 85, 80. It's not going to come up like that again. It's gonna be able to push through this now. But 4 hour, not 4 hour, but daily. Remember we had the notation in here. I had three notations in here, but the MACD on the daily, I think Zcash is back. It's all the way back. So if you weren't in this with us, because we got in all the way down. What do we get in at? We got in all the way down here. Post it. Post it. Off of that VWAP. So looking for that breakout to happen right here on Zcash. Continue this thing to the upside. I think it's all the way back. But you see on the daily time frame here, you can see that MACD right here. Now, we haven't crossed the zero line. I'm going to keep saying that again because I said it yesterday as well. It hasn't crossed the zero line. So right now it's corrective at best, but it does have a positive cross on the MACD. So looking for this to eventually cross above the zero line. It's positive nonetheless, but want this to cross above the zero line to continue to give us some strong push in here. Still a little bit close to that to the mean, but nonetheless, we are finally above it as of yesterday. Finally above that mean as of yesterday here for Zcash. So let's keep it going on Zcash. It's gonna be nice. Gonna be nice. I am in a Solana short position. I've already TP'd once on that position, and now Solana. You know, when we looked at Sol yesterday, we identified that it is trading better than Ethereum at the moment. At the moment, I'm testing out this, seeing how I like this little indicator thing over here too. Like you can put in your own little information in here for it. But this is Lux Algo. Lux Algo risk management tool. That's all. So that's what this is. Lux Algo's risk management tool right here. So I just put in a little information in here on this, but I'm in the Solana short from two separate accounts. Both accounts I've already TP'd once off of this right here. That was our fired off signal right there for the short. I was actually asleep. I had it set up last night for when it pushes above the what was I looking at? I think I was looking at the 786. I was looking for it to push above the 786 because we kept holding the 50% range here. And you can see how we just flipped back up the 50% range again here. We kept holding the 50 in here though on the RSI. So I expected for price to, let me set that to 50. So as I'm talking, I'm making a little bit more sense to you. So you can see how, let me hide this. So you can see how when we started getting the push up, we got a signal here, and I did take a short right here, and I closed it out super quick because I just rolled it back down to the I think it was like the 20 SMA, and then it pushed up again with a little bit of a bear deal, but that's the point where it started to put in bullish divergence. So you can see the squeeze happening in here on price action, probably squeezing again because it does have bullish divergence until it flips back down this 50 again. At least it flips back down here again, then more than likely this goes negative and it'll continue down. But Solana's performing pretty good right now. Stop losses in place. Stop losses, actually, I'm adjusted my stop loss for here now. So if it comes back up and takes out this pivot, then I'm out, and made a little bit of cash, and that was all to it. That's just gonna be all to it. But Soul looks pretty good from what we could tell yesterday. Zcash already breaking out. Okay. But right here, let me get to it. But right here, when we looked at it yesterday, it was like, oh, okay, Solana's gonna start outperforming Ethereum. So you can see the difference in how Ethereum's performing right now versus Solana, because Ethereum was killing Sol for a minute, but now we got a nice little bounce here off of our little descending channel here. So Solana at the moment is going to be your best bet over Ethereum at the moment, as it is slightly outperforming Ethereum here. All right. So we'll see how much this short wants to give me. If it wants to give me anything else, heck, it might come on up here and just go ahead and stop me out, which is going to be fine. I won't cry over it. But I wasn't going to take the long from here. And I broke that rule already with Hyperliquid, but it was calling my name. I could not resist. Made me an offer I could not resist. I'm gonna jump back over on Bitcoin here. Take a look at that. So same situation basically. You know, we talked about the fact that there could have been a position here off of an SFP here. Gave twice yesterday for an entry in the SFP, the double bottom, and then we finally got through this resistance here. This resistance here into the 786. Sideways at best now. This has been pretty flat again. So possibly another squeeze back here to the upside again. Because that's all they've been doing is walking the line and giving these impulsive moves. Walking the line and giving these impulsive moves. Walking the line and giving these impulsive moves. So we back to walking the line again, which means we can tell right here already we probably got some sort of a squeeze situation going on here. I'm gonna slap on the Bollinger for confirmation. I like this from here a lot better. That looks like what we're looking at. So let's take a look here and see. Bam, 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 bam. There it is. That's exactly what it is right there. That little wedgie structure right there. So we are squeezing again, and we know that we're going to expect some sort of crazy impulsive move to happen. And it can get choppy because it got choppy every time through here. It got choppy when we saw that. So that's what we're looking at. It's called walking. It's called walking the line. It's called hanging around the zero, hanging on the block, hanging around the block. I don't like walking past people hanging around the block, hanging on the corner. All right, so that's Bitcoin here on the 15. Let's zoom out, see what we got over here. I was really frantic about this yesterday, but we did put in a little bit of bullish divergence over here on this 1 hour time frame when we came back down here to this trend line here. Now 1 hour, it still has some room to push back up here into the top side of our structure here. It still has some room to push up here. And if it does, it might reject there along with the descending trend line in here. We have to watch that, but we still have plenty of room to move through here. I just want to take a look at what I'm looking. Okay, yeah. All right, so we still have plenty of room to move up right now. If it wants to. I do see the delta is negative, but again, we have that little wedgie structure in here. So no confirmation on that just yet. Again, here off the 4 hour. Same setup. Remember I said to you yesterday, if it came up here, we might end up getting the head and shoulder formation. We may. So we're kind of teetering around it right now. Hopefully it invalidates and, price goes higher, at least like I said, back up to this trend line at least. See what we look like on the 4. I mean, we're hanging around the 0, so it's really hard to say because we're hanging around the 0. I don't need this one anymore, just this one. This is the one where we flip back up on it. Drop that. But yeah, we're still tagging the 0 here on the 4 hour time frame. I mean, we're up right now, but we just need to make sure that we can get that push and not, if we see it coming down and we're breaking here, then we're likely chances are we could be playing out the head and shoulder formation. Chances are we could be. And yeah, still holding up over here. Just volatility is crappy because we're running into resistance. So that is what it is. We got room on this monthly time frame though to still do that 100,000. We do still have room on that time frame there to hit that 100,000. I just advise that in the situation like this, to allow it to choose a side. Just let the market choose a side before you get get trapped or wrecked or whatever. Let it choose a side if you can. If you're a DGN, yeah, try it. Shorten at the trend line, try it longer. But the volatility is so low, so low, so low. You already have an invalidation, and you set your stop loss. That'll be invalidation if it's breaking down below here. But you saw how we shifted over here a few times when we did that yesterday, in that zone. All right, let's take a look at ETH. Like I said, you can see Ethereum at the moment is not performing as strong as Solana. Not right now. Not right now, because Solana's looking pretty good against Ethereum at the moment. And I was just highlighting in here. I posted on it yesterday, just how we're walking the line through here on Ethereum, and it's still not moving away from here. Still not. It's very small movements there. Just like over here. So still waiting on something big to happen. I don't know if you want to call that big. We saw we had the bullish divergence in here yesterday. So the bull div down through here on Sol. On Ethereum, forgive me. On Ethereum, we had the bull div. I was looking for this push in here. Let me check this here. I could have sworn I had that drawn in over here. I guess I didn't draw that in. It's just a little small petty gap over here. I can be petty sometimes. I can be petty sometimes. I was looking for a push back into the lows in here for Ethereum. We haven't quite did that just yet. But again, I'm pretty sure with the bull div, we're just not getting the push. We're just not getting the follow through right now. I don't know what's going on with this volatility. What is going on with the volatility? Time to slap on the BBs. See what we got. Yeah, it looks just like Bitcoin for the most part. I can just draw it from here. I don't have to reach all the way back for our little triangle in here. This helps me verify. Bollinger Bands help me verify a pattern. If I'm looking at something, I want to verify. Verify that squeeze. Let's see where 200 is. Okay, so 200 EMA is also sitting right here at the low of this. Got the 4 down here, so it could start to slow down in here. I don't need to redraw the fib because it's based on, I think it's based on this peak right here. Yeah, so I don't need to redraw this. We're good with that. The same fib. Golden pocket. If you need for me to turn on the actual levels, just let me know right now. I just have it a price action, and I have it like that because I can be anal sometimes, and I don't know, OCD on the charts. Just evens everything out. I'm a little weird with the charts for some reason. For some reason, I'm a little weird with the charts. Okay, I see Hyperliquid pulling back a little bit right here. Cool Beans. It is a bear div on hype. It was a bear div on hype with that push. I'm gonna move this right here. Move this right here. Might be worth the short. I'm not gonna do them both. My outlook is up, so I'm sticking with up. I'm not just gonna focus on this 15-minute time frame. My outlook is up. All right. Um, all right, let's go through. Let's look at, let's see what else. What else is here? What else is here? I was looking for something on BNB actually, but there's nothing just yet. Let's see. Check out XRP. I didn't see anything given, at least not on this 15. Let me see one. What was this line right here? Okay. I'm not going to draw triangles on everything. I will, however, put the fib in here for this one. Wherever we get overextended in the move into the fib is what I'll be looking at. It looks like it would be 786 if it happened. I'm going to get rid of this line. It doesn't seem useful right now. So possibly 199 if it comes down to that. Let me see what upside is looking like. Gonna have to wait. We're just gonna have to wait. Yeah, let's focus on this first one. Bullish divvies everywhere. Everywhere. Bullish divvies everywhere. See that bull div? You see the divergence. Let me just say you see the divergence. And we got slight divergence right here. That's a little bit exaggerated. A little bit exaggerated right there. But nonetheless, this is starting to look pretty good in here. It's 4 hour. Just shy of getting a positive MACD. Well, MACD crossing the signal line. Just shy of that. It's already positive, but just shy of the delta crossing the zero line, which is an indication that the MACD crossed the signal line. Okay. I mean that increases the chances that we see price action break to the upside from the little wedgie structure. Likely it breaks to the upside. You even got it right here too. Bullish divergence on MACD as well. So it's not bad. It's not bad. I personally have to wait on a pullback, but that, yeah. I feel like if I want the best entry on something, I'm gonna have to wait on that. Let's see. Just said I was not about to be drawing triangles everywhere, and here I go drawing a triangle. Okay, not bad though. Let's see if we can't get a pullback. Um, see, Sui. Looks a lot like Solana. Let me see if it back tested on this. It didn't. It did not. Possible head and shoulder, which ain't a bad thing because once it gets back down into here, probably presents some sort of a long opportunity in here. I'm gonna say that'll be this. I'm gonna say because of how funky it's been. Um, it's not confirmed, but it just looks like it might. It could do it. So this is in the hopes that it gets overextended on any sort of a push down. Let's just say it bounces from the golden pocket, puts in a full div by getting another dip, a double dipper here, put in some bullish divergence at 786, and then go just based on the, you know, how weird it's been, like how it put in the bullish divvy right in here. How did it do over here? Pardon me. So that would just be something like that. I don't need this here for that. Oh, hold on. What is that? Okay. So when it did this pullback right here, nah, I don't have an example from that. All right. Look like it put in. Let's see what. Nope. Nope. Let's see if we can get the pullback though. This might be a good one. Going into the weekend. And then it was already pulled a fib on BNB. Looking for that pullback on BNB, which golden pocket somewhere right around in here might be the bounce level for BNB. If it comes down to it, that looks like that could potentially be a bounce level for it back here at the golden pocket. Let's see what you look like on the one. Yeah, you can come down 4. The 4 hours ready to print for us. And it might all be weekend stuff, but the 4 hour looks like it might want to probably have to draw another one on this. But 4 hour, it may not come all the way down, back down in there. The 4 hour looks like it might though. Hold on, visibility, current interval only. See here. Yeah, we'll look back at this once it gets down into that. Ada didn't hit that the last time. We said no. We said okay. I said this or this, but from what time frame was I looking at? Yeah, I was looking at this time frame. Kind of crazy though, cause this ain't happening. It's probably not gonna happen. Oh, I didn't really put much attention into this, did I? I didn't even draw the fib right, so I know I'm off. No, I'm off. Didn't even draw the fib right, and that was the entry for Ada, because it started out with the bullish divergence over here, one pullback, higher high, higher low, higher low. I expect for this to keep going. The heck was I thinking? So that's a missed opportunity. It's not that far off from it, but I don't know that I won't take it from there. But that was a missed opportunity. Not really. Not really. If I jumped in now, how big would my stop be? That would be too much for me. My position size would have to be small. Either my position size would have to be small or my leverage would have to be really low. I don't know why it's disappearing. It did this yesterday too, where things were just kind of flashing around on the chart. Yeah. It's a little bit too much. See if we can't get a pullback based on this and then consider it, because that's a little bit too big of a risk. Even though it could be modified, like I said, with the um, appropriate size. Yeah, see if we can't get a pullback on this. It may have already done this too, right? Or at least see if it comes back to this trend line right here. Uh, I don't like that. We'll see if this comes back to this. Verify. Yep. I already looked at hype. I already looked at Zek. Zek. And Esther. Pump. I'm already in. I'm already in a pump position. Already in a pump long. Um, doesn't move fast enough. I'm bullish on Litecoin long term, but it doesn't move fast enough for me to entertain it right now. It's in the middle, so we probably got nothing here, at least not for a while. It's in the middle. Mm, I mean, MACD and Delta are both above the zero line on Chainlink. We had already been looking at it, saying that it looked pretty strong back over here, but still a little. It's still lacking. Still lacking aggression here, which I don't like. I don't like that. We shouldn't still be hanging out here, either. Although it should be moving something more like this. And we're not getting that right now. We're still just kind of doing this, which means it still has the potential to do that. To do that. So I don't like that. And it's already seen that rejection there. So maybe a continuation down here into the golden pocket 786. Possibly a link might even come all the way back down towards this trend line down here at 11. It barely stayed in that bear market territory. which I'm not mad at it for not staying there, but it barely stayed in it. So that could be the situation here with Link. I'm not going to go through too much more of this because I don't really see anything right now. Looking, yeah, I don't really see anything currently that I would be interested in. Well, that didn't work. Might want to try now. Um, Dang, should have been more patient on that one. But even taking the entry from here just doesn't seem like it was going to make it. I'll revisit this and see if it wants to continue to chop in here. I'll come back to this right here. It's invalidated this one, but I'm going to move this to see where the actual entry could be. I don't know how many people are into Tron. I'm really not that big on Tron, but that didn't work right there. Again, it might be something to it now. I hate to jump the gun. This candle needs to close too. Even based on patience, setting it here, it's a really tight stop loss too, because the expectation isn't a lot either, or it wasn't a lot. So it's a really tight stop. 0.18, 0.18. So you wouldn't have really been losing anything, even if it was set like this is how it probably would have been set once this candle right here closed on top of that candle right there, just barely hanging in on this. Actually would have put this down here at this low, which would have increased the stop. Might be better waiting on a momentum break on this one. So I'm gonna wait on that instead. I mean above this line right here instead of down here. Or maybe given the environment, it falls down and it does an SFP of this low. That could be a good bet too. It's at the 0.886 right now. So that could be, you know, an SFP. So choppy on this 15-minute. Like this 15-minute is, them candles scaring the crap out of me the way they moving. I'm gonna take a DGN decision. I'm gonna jump in on it. Keep it simple. Not waiting on confirmations or anything. So let's keep it real light. I haven't determined the I'm just gonna let that be the stop. Yeah, if it takes that little wick out down here, then it'll probably come down here, and then I look at the SFP if I really want to, if I really want to do something with this. And that's just showing me in this ridiculousness that is Tron. Hello. The loss will be minimal. Minimal. The gain will be minimal too. I don't like stuff that's really jumpy like that, but I took it. All right. I should probably move this then. I think it was this candle right here or something. Oh, it's jumping everywhere. Yeah, I think it was that candle, but I set the stop for that. So it's an even tighter stop, 10. I'll look back at it and I'll be stopped at it. Stop that again. Something virtual. Yeah, not a lot really given. Everything is basically walking a line right now, so I don't really see, just a bunch of triangles everywhere. Data, data. Data look like it's trying to get short today. That's what theta look like. Look like it's trying to get short. Like theta look like it want me to short it. You at 0.886 is here, and then possible SFP. Possible SFP if it pushes through here. Let me watch theta for a sec. Let me see what theta doing. Let me see theta on a 4. Oh, look at that inverse. Oh, beautiful. No, probably don't want to short this. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Theta. Theta where it's greater. Theta. Okay. Well, at least give me an entry long. Don't want to short it, so I want to find an entry into this if that is what it's going to be. If it's going to be an inverse, this is an inverse head and shoulder. It's already broken out because that would have been neckline. This would have been neckline with the breakout back test. Oh baby, with the breakout back test. Yeah, let me in, Theta. Let's see. I'm extra happy this morning. That's why I'm extra silly this morning. I'm not going to be perfect with this. I try not to go over. Of course, I think it'll do more than that. But will it react to these lows? Absolutely. That might be a rejection point for an entry into this thing. But I do like that. I like that. It's already done that. So give it a minute. Let it get up here. Get up here. See if it might reject through here. We'll put it on the line bias. It's perfect. It's actually perfect. Uh-huh. Oh, I put that wrong. I put that wrong. Forgive me, because that's the back test. That's the back test. This the breakout. Somebody help me. Somebody help me. Still not much of a difference. It's just not going to be precise. It's just not going to be. I'm trying to make it precise. You know what? That's as good as it's going to get. All right, so it might get some resistance. Might get some resistance right here. Right through here. First, I'm going to bank on that one, and then this one next, if it keeps going. And then I'm going to look for a pullback and an entry on this one. What the heck am I doing? Assuming if it was that, then I will be looking for a retracement back to here to get long, somewhere between. Okay, I'm still tripping. No, that's a little bit too, well, yeah. Golden pocket. That means I might as well take it now, right? I'm not going to. But that's basically what it means. If I'm going to sit here and wait for it to come back to here, then why not do it now? Why not do it now? Why not? That could never be my stop. But I'm just thinking. I just feel like taking chances this morning. And sit here and watch that. I think I BS too long trying to make this decision. Price just keeps ticking. That's more of a risk. Yeah, I'm gonna wait and see if it gets a pullback. I'm not gonna be ridiculous right now. It's not ridiculous actually, because it might not come back down that low. It might actually just break through here and just keep going all the way up here until it finally. I mean, that would be the next area of resistance would be somewhere in here, maybe even here, maybe more so in here. Yeah, might be more so in here. Let's go with that. Just want to pull back and rethink the situation. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for that pullback and then make a decision on getting in to into this. I like it. Actually move you up because I like that. Move you up right below sec, right below Zcash. There she goes. There she goes. I cannot sing, but yeah, there we go, Z. There we go, Z. Bitcoin still sitting in the same spot, still walking the line. Same thing for Ethereum, Solana. Looks like got a little bit of a inverse head and shoulder on the. I mean, right here, right here. You can see it on the RSI too if it follows through. So it might stop me out by coming back up to here, but you can see that little shoulder right here, shoulder head shoulder right there. It'll have to stop me out because I'm not going to close it out. I didn't have another position open on so I was in a long yesterday and I closed out the long position right here, and then it kept going. So I've had quite a few. I actually took it on my personal account a little bit late, in my opinion. It's every time I do a new indicator, I open a prop account and risk on a prop account to see how the indicator is going to work. It's just cheaper. It's cheaper to do that. What is this? So that's the short position that I took off of this candle right here. Off of this candle right here. 139.52. I was a little late on it. But like I said, I've TP once. So yeah, the stop is going to be right here. I TP'd off of this candle right here as we drop down into the 50, just to make sure, not really sure if it was gonna, and it wasn't a bad place to make that decision so far. So that's Alonza. I woke up in the middle of the night and took that. So I went to sleep. I think yesterday I was already sleeping by 7, maybe 6:30. So it's like, dang, I think something just executed on me. And I woke up and sure enough, from my other account, something, I was executed into the trade, which was a lot cleaner. And I think that one was, yeah, because I set the entry above the 786. So I set it slightly above the 786. That was a clean 140 entry. So I entered on 140 off of that one. It was 140.05. So I got the very top, 140.05. Yep, it was 140.05 off of my, that's where I had it set. And then I was like, I need to make some money on my, my personal account too. So then that's when I was like, let me just go ahead and enter it here. So kind of late on this account. Just gonna check back in and see hype this all the way back down on that trend line. Cool. See how much we pull back on that one. Let me see if I can even trade theta over here. I can. Okay, let me start. It is doing the little pullback in here. I plotted this trend line on it right through here. Let's see how it behaves. If this is going to be the correction. Let's see how it behaves at this trend line and then see if it comes back down into here somewhere. That's a much better risk factor right here. If it comes back into here, it's a lot better. You can see a little bit beyond. I actually set this for higher too. So because it's set based on Zcash right now. Yeah, so these are Zcash settings. And the only reason I'm not taking the short is because I want to enter the long on it. See, that worked. That worked. That one worked for a little bit. That one worked. This one worked. It may not go back any further than that. Yeah, it's not going to go back any further than that. You can see where it's been bouncing, 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 bouncing. And I think that's coming off of this trend line right here now. So it comes back and it wants to hold that. Great. If it doesn't and it drops through it, somewhere back in here will be an overextension more than likely, back around 33 cents. So let's see if we get that and come back to this in a bit. Theta. Tron has not stopped me out yet. Cool. Back to Bitcoin, which is doing nothing. Nothing. So just mark that on your chart if you're interested in Zcash. Like I said, I would look at that trend line for one, and then I would look at the 786 as opposed to the golden pocket. Ethereum starting to break down below. Yeah, Ethereum starting to break down below the little triangle. See, it was having a little bit of difficulty right here. It's so choppy. It's so choppy. Like it was having a little bit of difficulty right through here. Now it's starting to actually break the trend line itself. But we did this yesterday, and with Bitcoin, yeah, it could still catch that. Can still hold on to that. Yeah, because that's how it was acting yesterday when we had the triangle drawn. It was doing this crazy stuff and then it put in the bullish divergence. So maybe it wants to do that again. Let me get rid of these. Maybe it wants to do that again. Hmm. 73.26. 73.26. All these false moves early. Lots of false moves early this morning. So yesterday, Broadcom AVGO posted its earnings, and Lululemon posted their had their earnings call as well. Um, Lulu popped. Lulu popped. It was starting out with this little head and shoulders formation on it. When I tweeted on it, and I highlighted the possibility of the head and shoulders, but the words were, just depending on the earnings, we'll either see a break above the resistance, or abort any sort of long positions on it until it made its way back down towards that bottom of the range, something like that. But it actually popped. So we kept saying here that you know Asia or China would have to be it would be a big factor in how well it does, because they're doing really great in the market in Asia market. They don't have the U.S. market pinned down just yet, um, and that's clear. But that was good enough, and yeah, it was a ripper. ABGO, on the other hand, I said look back at that blue trend line, the channel line, and it initially got a push back up into it, and then it sold off. So it left a little wick up there on it. It's not it's not selling off real bad. It's nothing like that. I would just look at this as a normal pullback right now at this point, to be honest with you. I'm gonna show you that chart while I'm waiting on something over here. So far, slow. So far, just slow. Had that. Sec. Hype. And Tron with these trashy little candles in here. Tron looks like it's bear div, and it's going to continue down, because it looks like it's bear diving. It almost did like a double bottom situation in here. Remember, I didn't even wait on confirmation, um, which would have been a little bit lower. And you can see how that it almost hit it. I'm surprised. I'm still like I said, I'm still in it. I didn't realize how close it had actually came to it. I'm not really paying this one too much attention. It's like, why am I still in it? Is what I went to see. But it put in a bear div right there. And it might be bear diving again. So that means it would just continue to the downside right now. So this will eventually get stopped out. It's bear diving. It's so far away from coming into this. It'll do it until it gets starts squeezing a little bit closer on this trend line right here, and then it'll be something to worth trading. Let me see where else that might have happened at. So like right here, yeah, this is a good example. Right here, it was bear divin. Um, what's this bear divin? Yeah, yeah, you got some bear divs through here. And you see how, let me drag this in. You see how deviated this got from the trend line? That just lets us know that it's so far away from it. It's so far away from it, it's likely to bear div. The candles have to be moving a lot faster based on the speed in which price moved away from the initial trend line. Um, from this initial trend line right here. Just yeah, it would have been drawn across this, and that would have been first indication of it continuing down. Then it got to push back into here for the last rejection where it put in the bullish divergence. So that's probably like what it's going to do over here too. Bear div a little bit more down, and then at some point it'll start to put in some bullish divvies. It looked like it might have put in like a little slight bull div right here, but we'll see how that goes. Did it do the same? It did the same thing over here where it put in a slight bull deal. So yeah, it's so far from this line. The candles aren't big enough. It's not moving fast enough. So bear divin. I was gonna say, show you over here. So AVGO, I said watch that trend line right there. And I said to see yesterday too, watch that trend line. Watch this top side of the channel right here. And the fact that price broke out, you could have did that SFP, or you could have traded it from breaking back inside of the channel right here. That's really the first clear breakout side of it anyway. Yeah, that was first clear break outside of it. So the whole idea again for me is if this continues, but it doesn't really look aggressive. It doesn't look aggressive in my opinion. It just looks like a normal correction right here, whatever. But if it does continue again, I would look down here towards this trend line right here and potentially filling in this gap is my opinion that price comes down here and it fills in this gap over here. This gap is coming from the daily time frame. That's why I drew it from the daily time frame. So back down in here, gap, fill in the gap, maybe come back up this 318, something like that for AVGO. This actually ended up playing out fully. This one, because when we were looking at it yesterday on stream, I was like, it's trying to hold support across this trend line right here. It's trying to hold support across this trend line, and then it broke through, fulfilled that, which was just about a 3 to 1, something like that. Drew it off of the higher time frame, so that's kind of it's a 1%. Anyway, price came back up, and this is the point where I posted on it because it was chopping right here. So it's like, okay, so the earnings is getting ready to come out, and sure enough, the earnings come out. You can see it breaks above the average right here, and then it fires off that short signal. Boom. But this is after hours, so I can't trade this. I can't trade this after hours. Unfortunately, it might have been, I would have probably already been out of it even if I was able to trade it. Well, actually, this candle came down so fast. No, I wouldn't have been out of it. No, I wouldn't have been out of it. I probably would. Yeah, I probably would have killed it right here at this low. That's how that went. Now Lululemon, on the other hand, didn't care, because Lulu, and I put them close together. So Lulu was doing this little thing right here. I show you on a 2 hour time frame. You see that? So I was like, yeah, if it okay, Lulu on the 2 hour. Let me see this on the 15 minute. But this is all after hours. This is all after hours. And a little double wicks over here. But what I said was, because we know that this is resistance. This has been resistance right here, where this trend line right here is. So, um, it's either gonna, the earnings call is gonna be great. It's gonna break and go. Is what I said. It'll either break and go. The earnings is good. Looking for this trend line right here to be broken because this has been resistance for Lulu. And if it fails, you bail. Because if it fails, then it has the potential of playing out this little head and shoulder situation in here, which would put it relatively close down, back down here. I would expect for it to pull, to retrace into the consolidation level down here, the accumulation zone down through here. But it did good. It did good. Now you might be getting a little bit of a pullback right now, but I wouldn't think too much of this pullback. And it's already, let's see, 7, let's see, 5. Yeah, yeah. You're already in this little pullback, which looks like it's building out some sort of a flag or something like that to just continue that move up. That's Lulu. Oh, I can definitely delete this now. Try to keep it real with you. Show you what I'm looking at. Yeah, this might get a little bit more of a pullback and then continuation on it. Let me see, 4. Yeah, a little bit of a pullback and then, you know, but if you caught this off of a 15 or lower, then you're sitting pretty already with that little small move because stock market is all about how much money you really have on these smaller moves as opposed to crypto. You just a little cash and you get big moves. Real money. I'm not saying that crypto don't have real money, but I'm saying like you can tell where that money is in the stock market because you really need to have a little bit of money to play around in the stock market. It's that old money. That's what that is. Stock market is that old money. Um, what else we got in here? Who else did something crazy yesterday? I think that was it. It was just Lulu and Broadcom. Just Lulu and Broadcom. But Broadcom look like we might just play a little. It's 6:25. We got so many hours until the market opens. This will have to be a spot, something on spot. You can trade, spot right now. Um, I guess it depends on your exchange. I can do spot position on it outside of regular trading hours. And then, oh gosh, I'm yawning. Who else was it in here while we waited? Oracle. I mean, we saw that, and I talked to you about that because I had a chance to, you know, pay myself, and I didn't, and that's my fault. That's my fault. I can't blame anybody else because I didn't pay myself. I didn't pay myself. Um, put this on the 1 hour. I checked to see if we were like bouncing off of a back test, and I don't think that that's what happened right here. Let me extend, and my line may not be perfect or something either. Trying to blame it on my line, but no, it's not. I mean, I could move this line up. I don't know if that'll match it, but it could have been some sort of a back test or a little bounce reaction from it back testing the trend line in here. That could be. That could be what that is. Uh-oh. That could be what that is. I got room to move it a little bit. uh, but I'm no longer in No longer in Oracle, and I just have to wait. And all of this stuff is after, outside of regular trading hours. So can't do anything with that. It's coin. We saw that yesterday on coin and circle. We saw the play on circle yesterday as well, which I tried to take that circle position. I really did. It didn't give it to me. So that's all I got to say about that. Tesla right now is in the middle of nowhere, at least over here on this 1 hour time frame. Let me see this 4 hour time frame. Yeah, we don't have anything on this 4 hour either. Not right now, because this could be flagging or something. But at some point, we should make our way down, like I said, around, the low threes or something like that, maybe the next 2 months or something like that. Just walking the line in here like it usually does before market opens. So not really anything in here. I didn't play this yesterday either. I really don't trade Tesla, but I would tell you right now, the longs have really been hitting on it. So you can catch a long on it. It's pretty good. Longs have really been good on it. Every day, somebody trying to, big money going in, longing it. It might be Elon himself. Might just be him um, that's doing it. Where we at on Hood? All right. So Robinhood, I took a long on Robinhood. I did take a long on Robinhood. Appreciate the bull div. When did I take the long on Robinhood? I might have taken it here. I might have taken it here. I might have. And I think I closed out before market closes or something like that because you have no control over it on BTCC when the market closes. They close with it, not letting you touch it. Yeah. The reason too is Hood has a squeeze on it. At least it had one yesterday before market close. It had a little squeeze over here on the 15-minute. Let me change it to, actually, hold on. Let me do this first and then I can show it because it looked like it's still squeezing. Yeah, it looks like it did yesterday. Uh, so I was looking at the little squeeze in here yesterday too. So I'm looking for a move back up on it. Let's see if it wants to give it. Yeah. See if it wants to give a little bit of a move back up here. But that's what ended up happening. You see, I deleted my hopes, my hopium up there. I had still had that line. I still had that line in here, even though we'd assessed that this could be a rising, and obviously it was a rising rising wedge that led to this little breakdown in here on Robinhood. So hopefully you open up and you want to at least push back up into 130. 130, I'll be out. So we'll see if we get that as we're still hanging around this 125. But if not, 125 ain't the word on the street, then we'll be down here somewhere. Down here, gravitating towards this low. And then there's Sezzle continuing to push up. It's kind of hard to be into this chart from that time frame. Just go ahead and pull these out, even though this can be modified. The ones that have already been broken can be modified, but this is what we're aiming for if we're getting it. And it might do more than that, you know. It might. I mean, I didn't think we was about to get past here, and we did. By the grace, we made it through that. So now let's get up here to 86.60 on this, and then hopefully, you know, it'll give more. Why Chime ain't in here? I don't know why I don't have Chime over here. That's weird. I don't have Chime right there. Because Chime is one that we were. Look at our Chime. Look at our Chime. I don't know why Chime isn't sitting over there. Let me put Chime over there. Chime was the other setup. Where you at? Alphabetized. Chime. Yeah. Look at what Chime has been doing. This didn't matter. That line, this zone didn't matter. Did I overshoot on that zone? No. At least it came back and back tested it. I hate when something just absolutely obliterates the thoughts. This is good. This is good. This is good. So good. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, sister, soul system. I was just looking at this right here, just into here, but hopefully Chime will keep going. Hopefully Chime will keep going. That might have been the start of something that goes on forever, you know? That might have been, hey, if you got it, if you got in, that might have been some generational gains in here on Chime. Because it had just been a downtrend. It had just been a downtrend. It might not see that anymore. You might not see that anymore. So I hope the many who, you know, do follow me that saw this got in on Chime. Got in on Chime right on time. I hope so. Just probably moving in between standard deviation 1 and 2. Not from that time frame. Let's go to a daily. Yeah. Let's go to the daily over here. Just moving in harmony. Just moving in harmony. Did you take it? You didn't take it? You shouldn't have an analyst if you're not gonna listen to her.
Can people hear this?
Yeah, they sure can. Oh man, yeah. This thing is just moving in harmony right now. Just as long as it keeps riding in between this SD2 and SD1, just keep going. Just keep going with it. Just keep going with it. Every now and then you might see, like over here, how this one popped out right here. False move, not false move. It was a move. Somebody made some money on that, but see how we just stayed in here, stayed in here. Yeah, yeah. Let's just stay in here. Keep going. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good. All my chime people. And then let's see what else. Yeah. Look at that chime money. I like it. I like looking at it like that. Look at that chime money. Okay, moving right on ahead. Because I'm wrong too. Wrong too. Hold on. Going backwards now or something. That's Eli Lilly. I haven't really looked at that. Strategy. We ended up putting these trend lines on here yesterday on strategy, but we know basically strategy ain't worth looking at on that time frame. So let's just move out. So we have this top level that can act as resistance. This right here really wasn't anything, but I tell you what I'm gonna do now that we actually have committed to a pivot here is go ahead and set it like this. Now it looks a lot more like Bitcoin. We knew the top line looked like Bitcoin, but this one down here, it hadn't quite shaped up just yet. So there we go. Almost came back and hit that 170 again here. All right. A little rising structure right here, or a hockey stick here for strategy. Failure to reach this again, which could be like on the 4 hour here. Could be something somewhere right in there. We're just above the 50% retracement right now, or we just wrestling. It's just wrestling with the 50%, which means it can reject from there. Could be a rejection point. No actual structure through here right now on this time frame. Doing exactly what Bitcoin is doing, just kind of straddling right here. But don't get caught up, because if it does decide it wants to break out, it would come up here. It would come up here about 231, got 240, you got 255 right here. So I'll be looking for something like that if it does. I mean, let me see if that makes a difference. If I'm like that, that's too highway. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it like that. Cause yeah, you know what? That's the starter. That was a little SFP. It didn't even reach that point up there. So a little SFP. This one actually touches the trend line through here. And rejection. Doesn't make its way to it right here. I'm gonna leave it like this. Maybe I can grab more details off of that. I don't know. I was thinking I could. Uh, Probably won't give me anything anyway. But around the 50 right now. Might not want to hold to that. Let me get back over here and look at this other chart. All right. Strategy. See if it wants to get a rejection around that. Who is this? I'm going backwards again. Walmart says screw you. Buy Walmart. That was Best Buy. Nobody getting into Best Buy. Novo Nordisk. This is what we was looking at yesterday. The potential head and shoulder, inverse head and shoulder. My bad, inverse head and shoulder. Um, let's go. But Novo was a good, the 786 bounce for Novo. I did tweet. I did tweet. I did a tweet. I did a tweet on Novo. And hopefully, I don't like how it looks like it's rounding out a little bit. I don't like when I see those kind of candles. So I need a strong candle to come through right here. Um, it's getting pretty hot in here. It's getting pretty hot in here. That could be it could actually squeeze the price up by doing that, but it's getting a little hefty, a little healthy. So hopefully that is pressure to squeeze the price up there. Let me see if we got a squeeze in here anywhere. Did we got a squeeze? No, we already broke out of that. So from this, from here, so we're basically in between one and two. That last candle was a bounce off of that. All right, I'm gonna keep that Bollinger in here. Remember this low in here? That was what the 200 EMA, the 200 EMA, and the 786 right here with that bull div, with the bull div, with the bull div. What a combination! 786, 200 EMA, and the bull div. DoorDash. I still haven't looked at this. I still haven't looked at why DoorDash got put on my radar. I don't know. Intel. It might be flagging. That might be. I don't think uh, too much of it, but that might be. That might be flagging out to say you wrong, girl. You're wrong, girl. What about the? It's trying to tell me it's gonna blast back up this 30, this 4077. I guess it plans to blast back up this 4077 right here. It's 4770. 4077 been holding it down a little bit after it reached that. Been holding it down a little bit. Let's see if this is gonna fall off in here. Maybe one more drop down, and maybe a false move out or something like that. I'm saying that it could get. I think that it can get down here to this 3365. It's my thoughts. So maybe I end up having to move this lower trend line if it's going to make its way down here. But it's looking pretty good. That looks controlled. That looks controlled. I might actually play Intel here soon. Yeah, I might actually play Intel. Let's see. Let's see. Um, I like the fact that this delta is rising. Now it's known for putting in bullish divergence. It's known for giving you a double dip. Intel. It's known for giving you a double pump. So it's known for hitting it twice. Anyway, um, yeah, that's what it looks like. No, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. And if I was gonna do it, it looks like I would probably need to do it across here Anyway, so I like the fact that the delta is rising in here is what I was saying. But you can see how when the delta started rising over here, when it did cross above the zero right here, which would be indicating that, the signal line is getting closer to the MACD, or the MACD is getting closer to crossing the signal line, basically, is what that implies. Um, you can see the bull div down through here at the same time as you're seeing the delta put in the rise right there. Delta is putting in the rise right here, and we don't have it here at the moment. So we'll see what happens right there. Let's see again over here. Um, right here was another time where the delta was rising, but it didn't give too much right in here. Not much of a move before continuing down. So I don't know how I feel about this 4 hour time frame. It wouldn't have suggested anything anyway. Not if I was doing it like this. If I was doing this, it wouldn't have suggested anything anyway. If I'm looking at momentum, the price was too far away coming back up into this. If I'm waiting on this to happen, I might as well look at the 50. I want to see it breaking somewhere closer to the lows down here. And so I'm waiting, like I said, if I'm waiting on it to come all the way up here, then I'm just looking for a mean reversion. So then you continue, and then you get this bull div down here. So that's more plausible. That's more plausible. Now you probably would have got stopped out because it did it twice. And this is what which chart was I looking at? It looked like this. Hyperliquid looks like this on the 4 hour, right? On the 4 hour, this is what we got on hype. But we see the bull div and the bull div. So one, two, two bullish divvies. It's just like this right now on Hyperliquid on that 4 hour. And so we on 4 hour over here. So um yeah, and then you would have taken it, and then it would have SFP'd on you, swing failure, came back down for the bull div and crossed back up right here. Maybe I'll throw the trend line over here. I don't know if I want to throw it over here though, because for me, I'm really looking at it more so like this, which means I can easily get faked out as opposed to, well, this is further away than this. I'm gonna do it like that. I'd rather it be further away on me. Um, so Bitcoin still chilling. Ethereum, like I said, it would catch that standard deviation 2 on that BB. Solana still chilling a little bit, just going sideways. Uh, Tron still kind of chopping right here. See, it's at the trend line, so let's see if we're gonna get this breakout. It's just rejected from it. It tapped it. It's just so choppy. I don't know about this. I'm gonna go back to Intel and keep it moving here in just a sec. But you see how it keeps bouncing. I hate that. Like I hate that. This is a 15-minute chart and it's doing all of this noise. So you see how every time we tap it, we reject it real quick. Back to it. Rejection. So if you're gonna break, you're gonna break. We do got a positive MACD, positive delta with the MACD cross, So let's see if it solidifies. I want to see it confirming it. You got 7 minutes before it confirms. I know you don't want to sit here and watch Tron chop around for 7 minutes, right? It's still gonna have a bear div against this high, but momentum nonetheless is shifting. So break up, and then we'll see what happens if whatever it wants to do. Just need for you to get with it. But what I was saying over here, what I was pointing out to you here, when I said this looks like hype on the 15. I mean hype on the 4 hour as well. Looks just like that. So it had a little channel situation. Hmm. So when we look at hype again, what I was showing you, is that that's what I was talking about right there. Same thing as Intel 4 hour. So hopefully it'll play ball. Hopefully it'll play ball. If not, we'll see another little rejection right there, and I'll look to add to it. I'm not gonna close it out. Well, I, I will be closing it out. I'm saying I won't be closing it out. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. If it breaks below on the 15 minute, if it loses to 200, I'm out. So my stop is for the 200 EMA. It's a wide stop, but if it loses to 200 EMA on the 15 minute, then I don't need to deal with it no more. That's how that's gonna go. Which, like I said, the 15, 15, it's right here. So there's the 200. Really, I don't need for it coming back down to 60, to be honest with you. So right about now, I can adjust my stop loss for that. I can, but you know how I am about setting tight stop losses. So you don't have to follow me with that. Um, I'm just constantly setting tight stop losses. Because I didn't get into it until, like I told you, it was right before I came on stream. It's actually off of this red candle right here. It's from right here, right before it crossed up to 5. That's where I got in at. I got in right here. When after I looked at the 4 hour, I was like, hold on. Let me jump back in this thing right here in this trade. So it's right here. So I can't set it's tight stop loss. I can lose a little bit. I can afford to. I don't want to. But I can. Because it was when that happened. Um, moving up. AMD from yesterday. AMD still sitting in this triangle. Well, it is a 4 hour time frame. I don't know, I'm thinking I'm looking at a 15-minute time frame or something. It did wick below it yesterday, because when we looked at it, we was looking at the volatility, I believe. Yeah, we were looking at the fact that the volatility was squeezing within here. I can move it down, but if I move it, yeah, I can move it down. In case some false move happens or something like that. As we were saying, we really need to get above this neckline right here. I want to invalidate this being a head and shoulder, so it needs to get back above here. At this point, that could be an ascending triangle. For all I know, that can be an ascending triangle at this point, because if it keeps chopping at this, it's going to break it. You just hammer at it a few times, it's going to crack. It's going to crack. So let's see. We'll see. Who is this? Palantir. Yeah, the projection off of the 190. We saw that yesterday, and then it came back down and it tapped off. Got a reaction off of the low of the channel in here, and it's from the short signal. That was the second one right here, but it looks like it's squeezing. Hopefully it'll play out to the downside, but it looks like it's squeezing. So you can see how instantly, with the little move down, with the slightest candle move down, it's printing some bullish divergence. So it could be some sort of I know it's some sort of a squeeze, because price action doesn't move like this unless some sort of a squeeze. I don't really like price action like that. Let's see if it'll come back to 169. Might be a giver at 169 for a long position. All right, so this is back at the line. It did find some momentum. I don't know. I still say you buying the top if you get in on GE. I guess there was no better place to do it than down there. I don't like the bull divs on it. I don't like anything about it. At least it's not putting in bear div. Not putting in another bear div. It put in the bear div right here. It didn't here. I know I'm skipping over a pivot to view that, so it's really not worth skipping over this one, but that looks like something I would have did, to be honest. I would have drawn a line across here and been like, okay, it breaks this, get long. That looks like me. If you've seen my trading style, I have many. And I would have said, oh, I like this candle as opposed to this one, because I don't know if I could trust it. It's going to have to get back inside of this range for me. That's number one. And this candle closes back inside the range. So, I trade ranges too. So I would have taken it from here, to be honest, because, I like the plot of line. And then I would have looked down here and been like, oh, I like the MACD and the Delta. I'm going to take a long. Now, you're getting a little bit of a reaction right here at the moment. I know me. I know I would be in this trade. So I don't know. It's still sitting at the top. Still sitting at the top. When you zoom out, it's at the top. You're buying the top. I'm just interested in seeing if, the well play happens up to that 315. Or at least back to, yeah, just interested in seeing that, to be honest. All right, and we're back to Broadcom there. Go ahead and take a look at NVIDIA. Broadcom was like the big thing for me for this week. I guess Broadcom. So that's Solana at the moment. Solana. Why am I focused on Solana? Bitcoin at the moment, just back here at this trend line. I mean, if it breaks, pretty sure the Bollinger moved a little bit on it. Yeah, it did. It moved a little bit on it. I'm gonna go ahead and slide this down to right here, just because that's where the Bollinger is. I mean, of course, it was sitting on the trend line. I don't necessarily have to move it, but I did. Um, so just imagine I was sitting here looking at this. I could have did the same thing I did with Bitcoin and set this on that trend line on the Bollinger Band. It would have been sitting just like this. We would have seen it wick through, reclaim, and now it's trying to back test. I'm not going to move this one. I'm going to leave it like that. I need to go move that Bitcoin one back to stay authentic. And you just pay attention to how it responds around the standard deviation. I put it back, people. I put it back. All right. So and Solana still doing the same, above that 50 right now. So still holding above that. Z came all the way back. So it got the pump, it got the breakout. I guess it's not here though. It's not over here. That didn't get that high. I know it didn't. Yeah, it didn't get that high. It's not getting that high anymore. It's still kind of topping out right in here. What are we hitting? What are we hitting? Let me zoom out 2 hour at least. What are we? Okay, so we got through this one. Just go ahead and draw this one, I suppose. Okay. All right. And did we have another one? Let's just go ahead and see if we had another one so we don't have to come back for and do that again anytime soon. Anytime soon. Kind of like this top right in here too. But maybe it decides to break this one and back test it instead. So we're hitting this one right now. It looked like we might have started out with, and that's just ever so slightly lower than. All right, so we see what we're hitting. 470. 470, a little bit of resistance in here for Zach. A little bit, still like the daily MACD right now though, but that is a little bit of resistance. Resistance. If this had a Bollinger break, then I do need to move that to that. Yeah, I am gonna need to move this one. I'm just gonna do it based on a line chart. So you have to deal with looking at that little wick right there. Silver. Still going. I'm gonna zoom out so you can assess. What are we looking at? A daily time frame or a 4 hour? The last time we were looking at this. No, we were looking at a 15 or something. Something like that. But anyway, here we go. Right here. Trend line is moving away from it, so momentum is continuing to push to the upside. On the lower time frame, when I'm seeing this right here break above here, I'm dropping down to the lower time frame. So right now, average is 74 to the upside, 26 to the downside. It's not really coming back to the downside, so you don't have to worry about that. But there's also a trend line through here off of this time frame as well. That regression right here. So you can see the momentum shifting through here, of course, but there is this um, regression line right here. That as it continues to put in these lower highs through here, would expect to see it come back down. It might just be another bounce off of this trend line at best. It might just be that. But every time I see this coming up here, I'm dropping down to a lower time frame to kind of assess things. Like I said, 74 to the upside. So if you're wanting to do a little bit of trading, you can play with that a little bit. 74 here, and don't even worry about the bottom. Just do trend lines through here. So I'm gonna drop that down here to the 15. So you've gotten some little scalp or intraday trades throughout here on it. Some intraday trades. That one right there, you weren't so lucky on. I mean, you are, but risk management. Blah blah blah. Did a bear div. Bear div. There you go. So some intraday stuff in here. Not drawing another trend line. I guess if it pulls back based on that 4 hour time, was that 4 or 2? No, it was 2. Let me see, 4. Yeah. The idea is supposed to be to wait for it to confirm the change in momentum or the, cooling of momentum. That's supposed to be the idea, which means um, RSI turns down and comes back towards the red line in here. Whatever the settings are, or whatever actually, you don't have to set anything in here, it automatically shows you. But the look back time would affect it, really. That's the thing, that when I say settings, it's the look back time that would affect what the average is. And for most things, it's for most charts, period, is going to be somewhere like 70, 74. 74 is about average that I've seen on most charts. 74. Um, and anything extreme on the RSI would probably be about on something that's really bullish, about 85. About 85. And this is quite bullish. You can see it has an 81 read. So if it did something like a 85, something like that. So just based on that, like I can just look at this, but I can adjust this to be like, yeah, I'm bearish when I see 85. That minimizes how many triggers it gives me. So that's a lot better. So if you're seeing something like an 85, like right now, this 81, that's a lot. That's a lot. Don't care how bullish you are. That's 80. So maybe somewhere around 80. 80 is a good trigger for it. And then for the rest of it, you can just look down here and see if it makes sense to you. That's why I always use another indicator with it, or see what, like the first one, I might get it wrong. But at that point, I can drop a trend line and say, okay, I know now that that's not going to work. I know now it's not going to work. So I don't need to do that. And draw my trend line and go along with that head and shoulder right there. And that's in hindsight. So I like 80. I like 80. bullish divergence. So squeeze. You'll get it wrong sometimes. The first time it'll be wrong. You just have to assess the chart after that. Like assess what's happening here. This is something that breaks down, or when I say break down, this is something that pulls back. The environment of this pulls back. So if you're trend lining, let's just say I would have put a trend line on this. I usually try to drop it once I see it's outside of here, then drop it. So on a 15 minute, that's pretty good of a move for a 15-minute time frame. Not over here. Not on this time frame. It isn't. Like, oh, okay, starting to push that. This candle. Just making sure that candle didn't get stuck. Okay, so it's that candle. It's on a 15 minute. That's pretty good on a 15-minute time frame. That's a nice little short. This is the breakout. You'll never want to do something when it's breaking out. What did I have this set at? Let me just change that setting back though, because I don't want it to be stuck there. 74. It's set on a 74. But otherwise, this chart looks pretty decent. I just look for something back to this trend line. That's about it here for silver. That could be a decent move back down. See off of that high. It's a pretty good move. That's a bit over 2. We'll just say 2.5. Changing my trend line. What chart time frame did I use on this? I don't know. Let's change that a little bit. Okay. Gold. Told you yesterday that looked like that was the breakout point for it, and sure enough, it was. It says, yeah, this is the goal for it now, and I had this on the 4 hour because I said to you, I said, okay, we had the trend line right here, we got the breakup, we got the back test. I said now this is where it's actually going to break out of here at, because price was sitting right here at the trend line yesterday, and we were looking at it, and I said, yeah, this is where it breaks out. Today's going to be the day it breaks out because it's already done based on the momentum here on the RSI. It's already broken above it. You can see the SFP. I said, you see the SFP right here where it pushed back down and reclaim. I said, yeah, this is the breakout today. So we got that second breakout here from the little flag following behind the first initial breakout right here. I'm still a little bit adamant about gold. I mean, I was a little bit adamant about it until yesterday because I said I don't really have any confluence for the upside, even though I am looking at targets for the upside. Have confluence to the downside. I guess now the next thing we want to see is for as price continues to grind up is getting above the high here. So the range. Let me slide this over here. Getting outside of the range here, and once it breaks the range, then target at hand would be this for me. That's how I like to do mine. You can do yours other ways. Maybe you want to do a fib extension or something like that. I'm good with ranging. It tends to be on point when it comes to the range plays for me. So that would be the target. I would continue to momentum did shift up here. And I think I had a line through here. I did. I think I had this line. I don't know, but I moved that yesterday. Um, I would just continue to follow that momentum on it. You know, that's what I like to do. If we're not coming back to this trend line anymore, I want to see what trend line we might be coming back to. And so then I do something like that, like you see me have it on silver. I would do something like that. So I'm looking for you to stay away from this trend line because if you're coming back to this, well, if you're coming back to it, you might bounce. You might bounce. That's how we followed this entire move right here up. Was we said it's continuing to respect this trend line down here. This was the only trend line we had on the chart at the time. Was this one? It was like, okay, it's continuing to respect this trend line because with this trend line right here, we had the 200 EMA. We had some EMA. We had something. I think on a 4 hour was a two. Yeah, we had the 200 EMA here off of this 4 hour. That was right here, riding along with the trend line. Initially, it wasn't, but that was we didn't have a connection point either. So here's where we got our connection point right here. And I was like, okay, we can trail this with the 200, which is what we did the entire time, and stay in that. It's respecting this. We know we have confluence with this. So if it comes down here and it breaks this, then have places for, have some places in here in mind that might find support or where we might drop all the way back down to. So now, let's see, this might end up being something that travels along with the 60. That might be the case now. We'll see. If momentum shifts up, then it'll be different. But shifts up again, which it is. It's up right now. Just depends if this doesn't come all the way back down here to this trend line. If it does come all the way back down to this trend line, then that could be an entry point right now. That would be an entry point. But if it comes back just shy and it does something like this, maybe back here to 4280. So if it came back here and just did that little bit, then okay, now my trend line is gonna look like this. It's gonna be off of that one. I'm gonna keep following this momentum until momentum eventually what breaks. Till it eventually breaks. It's just like using a moving average. It's just a lot more stable. Just a lot more stable. That's all. Just trying to see something. Maybe this is common. I don't know. I found that it was common on silver. It's kind of bear div a little bit. So maybe it's common here as well to put in a bear div. Here it did it after it took out that high. It SFP with the bear div on both RSI and MACD for a little pullback. Which did I just move that? Um, it's a little concerning, just a little bit, just a little bit. We don't know just yet until it takes out this level. If I mean, I can already tell it will be a bear div on the MACD, which puts it closer to dropping to turning back down and dropping below this zero line. Puts it closer towards that, like that. Hmm. Right side then was at like a 87, something like that. For gold, it might SFP here. So on that continuation, it needs to come through here with some volume. If it comes through here with some light volume, that's probably going to be an SFP. Let's just see. Um, just trying to see if I have volume there. Oh, I can't. No, I can't do that. Ugh. No, I won't be using no volume. Ugh. Remove. Not be using volume. It's the closest I can come to it. Is I guess it's gonna be this. I tell you. Yeah, this is the closest I could come to it. Would be this. So looking for that aggressive push, and it's already showing that it's an aggressive push so far. Just like right here, it showed that it was an aggressive push. And this is where it starts to squeeze the rest of the time. And then we started, like I said, following the momentum along, looking for the breaking momentum. And then, you can see where it happened. The breaking momentum took place. We got that bit of a sell off right there. The rest of it again was just squeezing, 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 squeezing. But trend line would have told you no on any idea of this. Trend line would have been like, nah, broke the trend line and came down. So yeah, I follow it with the trend line for sure. And I might SFP. It might. If it doesn't, happy days. That's what Tino says. Happy days. Be looking for the measured move. I just kind of watch that though. Not like that. Um, See, this didn't have a bear div either. What we were just looking at, which was here, had a bear div. This had a bear div. No, no, not on MACD. What we were looking at, what we saw the bear div on MACD. It wasn't here. It wasn't there, was it? It wasn't there. It was this. This is the one that we were looking at right here. This had a bear div. Just so I can see that, like. Just real quick, this would have been me. And, oh, okay, we're not coming back to that. Let me move forward. There we go with this one right here, which is, this is a little bit too far off right here. So likely, like I said, if it's breaking up above this, then I probably want to look at it. Didn't have anything right there just yet. So if I'm doing this, looking at that, this would have implied off of that candle right here, which how many people really gonna take that wick? I don't know. How many people really gonna take that wick? That would have been that first move, but this one over here, that's a lot easier. With the trend regression line through here. I don't think it has one now. It does. It got a trend regression line right there. But everything said it was going to pull back anyway. MACD flipped negative. This triggered below the signal line, or at least you can see the white now. Once you can see the white through here. But this helps smooth it out, all the noise. Then right behind that, you can see. Anyway, it's a lot. I would watch to see if I would be. I'll watch for a reaction, a candle reaction, candle or something, candle reaction, SFP, because it is going to have a bear div. And this is daily. You don't want to be getting a double top instead of, what we're looking at. We end up getting a double top. And I'm not even in this. So zoom out, lower time frame. Still chilling over there. Oh, looky. We might be wanting to break out today. Might be wanting to break out today on Amazon. I'm going to change this to this. On Amazon. We show hanging around our 230 in here. Hanging around our 230. Let's just go ahead and wedge it in. I'll do it from this one. Just in case it wants to be a rejection. But it looks, that's good. Just in case it wanted to be a rejection, but we might be breaking out today and getting back up here, 232.50, trend line through here, something like that. Amazon. pre-market breakout. See nothing new over here. Let me just check back in on them. Okay. Okay. Might have a play right there. Might actually. I can trade this from spot. Do I want to? No. Not not right now. I don't. Right now I don't. This was Google from yesterday. This was Google from yesterday. We got the initial. We're looking at the possibility of this being a head and shoulder formation right here. It had the rising channel in here as well. I was looking for this to fulfill and figure, hey, if it's going to come back, then it'll come back here to the 310 in here. And it came through, it wicked through it. So you can DGN if you want to on these levels. I'd rather not. I'd rather not DGN. Um, I almost felt FOMO when I saw the drop and I saw this candle, but then it came back to the 310 again. Now this was a great reaction for me to be like, okay, it likes this 310. It wants to hold the 310. So now, yes, set limit order to take the entry on it. Still hasn't come up as far as I was thinking that it would come up, and I wasn't even pushing for that. Yesterday it was just looking at this, just looking at it back testing here, but it can back test this now from over here and actually come up higher. Still gonna leave it as such right there, but that was the idea. And like we said, good liquidity is at equal lows. You can tell that liquidity is sitting there. When you have relatively equal lows or equal highs, you can tell that liquidity is sitting there. So, what can we say about this? We can say that some good liquidity sitting up here. It's relatively equal highs. Price might want to come back for this. So, break through this 320, come for that. Today is Friday. Probably even get back to this 325 right here. If this is still an important level to the market makers, if this is still an important contract level right here, then it'll get back to that. So we said between that dash and this dash, wherever that dash may be. All right, so this is about it right now. So we've done that, and I posted on this as well. Done that. And get this out of here. I'm gonna leave the trend line. I'm gonna leave that part, and yeah, let's see if we're gonna be getting that move back up into 320, possibly even 325 here for Google today. All right, liquidity, liquidity. And if this absolutely sucks and it fails, if it absolutely sucks and it fails, I would start with that 310 again. And if it falls through, then I start looking at 300, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, 300. Got a little gap. Got a little gap right here. We want to include you, gap. I'm going to move this. I don't know why it's showing up. Something else must be showing up on my chart. Let me see if that was what I did before. I doubt that. close enough. So I don't have to draw this line again. So I don't have to stretch that line out. I can just do that. Let's see. Okay. So I really don't need this anymore. You can just look at it like that now. So look at gap, trend line, and then just depending on what the market feels like today for that. All right, so Lana's about to stop me out. It's got a nice little push up here. Take a look at that. I say I was holding at 50 in here like it was doing earlier, holding the 50. So continuation, holding the 50 with the bull div through here. Squeeze. They squeezing it. It's getting a squeeze. Squeeze, please. It's getting a squeeze. See, I probably would have had it like this first. Then I would have took that into account, but we can already see that. Sometimes, you just see it elsewhere too. So I'll do it like that now. That's good enough. Maybe one of my lines is wrong. It's me being anal again, so forgive me, or being OCD or whatever. That's what we got. Change my line. Go for my pink. And that's what we got. I will look to short it again if it comes to this trend line. I think over here, let's see, that probably be the 786. Might be the 786. As we're holding this, we're still holding this right here that I was looking at early this morning as I was up at 4 o'clock. No, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock in the morning. I didn't actually pull one over here. We're coming back up towards this here. Let's see. At some point, Solana's going to break to this point of control. At some point, it is. And I'm going to hate because I closed my long out last night. I closed my long out. I'm going to regret that because it might have been, might have needed to hold that one for a minute. I'm going to draw. You're trying to deceive me. Boy. I'm looking at so many. There's so many fibs. I don't need this one anymore. I don't really have to have it on here, so I'm just gonna hide it. And I don't need any of these drawings anymore either. So let's just start by getting rid of some of the old detail. Yes, remove. Yes, remove. I think that was it. So we can just be focused on what's happening right now. So 786 might be what I'll be looking at here. 786 rejection. So I will set a limit order on this. Small position. Coin King sometimes to be in the chat, and I do apologize. Crypto Coin, I don't know if you're still here or not. You probably have left. I didn't see that. So I apologize. He'll respond to stuff, but he won't tell me that somebody's asking a question. So I apologize, and I try to tell him that. Good morning. What do you think about? And sorry, sincere 82 at sincere 82. What do you think about Dash? It was at its bottom practically and never made the move Zach made. And you're probably not here anymore either. And I apologize again because I get to talking on the charts and I don't get a chance to see what's being stated in the comments because I'm so focused on the chart that's where he's supposed to step in and be my friend. But give me just a minute here. I'm gonna set my limit order on this. I'll do it for the stream if nothing else. Set a limit order on. Is that 141.52? Just slightly above here. That's what I want to set that. All right. So I got that set up because I want to be in something. All right, let me see. Yeah. With Dash, the problem was after that big wick right there. That's why I haven't looked back at this chart anymore. And then on the monthly time frame, it just looked terrible. That wick just looked absolutely terrible. Now it has done that before over here. It doesn't. It's not the same Dash that made this move over here. So, I don't like that. No, I don't like this monthly time frame. And I think I had looked at it against Bitcoin too and didn't really care for that either. These are my levels. See, I haven't looked back at it since all of that for that reason. So it's at support. It's at support. And it's projecting off of that around this resistance point right here anyway at the 51. If it's getting to, let's see, what is this? What is that? TP is protect profit. Do I have some notes in here? Selling pressure below 92, golden pocket 81, 81 to 81, 23, 77, 67. So I did look at it. It didn't hold any of that stuff below 73, oversold, and flush below the 786. So I said a flush below the 786 and the 200. So it must be but down below that. Squeeze below 92. Target. Squeeze if greater than 92. So that's old information or something. Squeeze. Let's squeeze if it's greater than 82. Target 91. Target 107. Target 122. And then target 138. I guess that's what that was for. What is this? Alright, let me see where we are with the EMA per se. Okay, so 200 EMA coming in right there. Let's see why we're catching a little bit of a bid on it. Right here in the zone, support level in here, resistance through there. Possibly push back up into the lows in here. If anything, it has the ability to do that. So you probably won't do much more. I don't know why that's not exact. If it's coming down, then this would be your last line of defense would be in here at 40 bucks, 69 to 35.40. That would be your last defense level right here. Looked at some resistance. Looked at some more resistance. Just simply haven't looked back at it. And then that's acting as resistance. Huh. Which is the same as looking at this weekly level in here. Even though you can factor in that, even though you can factor in what I had on that. It's already broken that. It's already broken what was still here. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, basically, that's going to be your last line of defense down here. So, might be at the lows. If not the lows, you're definitely in the territory of, I would say you're there. Yeah. Oof. Might be at the lows. Yeah, might have already bottomed. If you didn't, you can go with what I had here for starters. That exact low was 40. No, that exact low is 35.40. That would be your last level of defense for Dash if it didn't already bottom right here. So, not bad. I would just walk this back the same way, coming back up. Probably, already, like you see right here, it's already hitting resistance here. And again, you hit it again, coming back towards this 786 right here. You hit resistance again right here. At that point, you probably put in a bear div at that point. It looks like your RSI might be moving a little faster than price action coming up. So maybe it could do some sort of an inverse head and shoulders or something like that. A little more. Yeah, that's what I would tell you. Nice here. You got a positive MACD cross on the daily time frame. So you could be looking up here, positive down through here as well. So you're still holding positive down through here. So little specks of green, even though selling pressure hasn't completely deviated from it. It is showing some green in there. Um, So I just look for right now, immediately, I just look for another push back up here into that 52.61. You break 52.61, then chances are pretty good that you can get back up here to 62.53. But by the time you do that, you have a little bit of bearish divergence in here. So maybe some sort of a sideways inverse head and shoulders or something like that. So some resistance coming through here, probably as you're coming up to meet that 786. Probably something like that. Let me just see what this looks like. Starting to squeeze too. Yeah. Okay. So you want to hold the fort down right here. But yeah, definitely, yeah, a possible push back up into this daily, which looks like it's a little bitty small inverse head and shoulders or something like that right here. Looks like a little small one already might be forming right here. Could have been your low. You come back up to this and break this, then yeah, you can definitely get somewhere within here. Maybe just your standard deviation too. But I'm assuming that it'll be the 786. I'm assuming that. Usually when you pass straight through one, you back test it as some sort of a resistance or something. So I'll be looking at that since I'm trying to project. Not doing a good job projecting. You come back, you want to hold that, but you got to squeeze. So it looks like it has another opportunity coming in. That looks constructive too. Just the formation looks constructive. Uh, see on a 4 hour. Yeah, looks like it might, like I said, be some sort of a little inverse head and shoulder neckline here. That would probably give you that extra boost. That's beyond the measure move to the 786 if it is. If it is that. So probably no volatility over here, just sideways. It's worth the risk. It's worth the risk. It's at about 50 right now, which means bulls are at a little bit of resistance right now. Yeah, just play the range to the range breaks. It looks like it will get that push up at least back into 62. If it drops again, you just want to hold in here. Hold in here. You can go off of that lower low that I mentioned earlier, but it looks all right to me. Just trying to find something extra on it. That means that these EMAs are probably sideways too, at best. Yeah. 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 Back there. Oh, yep. I got stopped out on Solana. So took my little profits on that. My little one TP. Gotta see. No bear div or anything like that right now for that 15-minute time frame. Just gonna be looking for that push back up here into this 786. Slightly above the 786. That's why I set my target to enter. This could have just been a golden pocket back test as well. And maybe I got stopped out for no reason because I like to set my stop loss tight. But let's see. No, it looks like it's higher than that. 0.886. Got stopped out on both. Basically came back to that 786 again. That's what it did. Quap. It was this 786, the original 786. It came back to that original 786. Because my entry was right there on the money from that other account. Now I gotta hope it goes up because I'm not gonna take it otherwise. I'm not gonna take it again from here. Just stop me out. Okay. I don't have anything else open besides Bitcoin and Hype, and TRX hasn't closed me out just yet, but it's getting close. And Pump. So let me just check back in on some other stuff that I mentioned earlier coming on, which was let me just see what they're at right now. XRP, where are you at? Okay, won't be XRP. Sui, where you at? Not gonna be Sui. BNB. Hold on, let me see. Sui, what you doing? I don't know if that's. Yeah, I'm trying to make that fit. It's okay. I have to pull it in a little bit. It's rising though. By the time it gets into here, it'll be overextended. But it have to get into there first. So I might look to take a short on this one if it comes up to here, whichever one it wants to give me first. I'm not going to take it as it is. So if it comes up into here or anywhere above this 786, I'll take a short on it. Otherwise, I'll sit on my hands and wait for a long opportunity to come into play for it. BNB, not giving anything just yet. I don't know if I looked at a position for ADA. Hype is still doing okay in here. Um, I do need to take that into account. But I base my entry on Hype on a 4 hour time frame. So I got time. Even if I have to add to it. As I kept my leverage at, well, no, I won't be able to add to it. My stop is for the 200 as is. Yeah, my stop is for the 200. This was from this 4 hour. I think I can delete that now because the 4 hour has closed above it. It was because beforehand we weren't seeing a closure above it. And now it has closed above it. So get rid of that. And like I said, the entry was based on this 4 hour. And it's just hitting a little bit of resistance, which is why we're creating this sort of pattern over there, but we're getting a little bit closer to closing crossing above the zero. So hopefully, MACD wants to go once it gets above here for this position. Little inverse there, right there. Um, but we're hitting that, and we're doing this, hitting some resistance, and we're doing this. Or we're broadening. Maybe we're broadening. I do like patterns. I don't think that that's it. No, that's not it. Yeah, it's probably broadening or something. Yeah, that's not it. I mean, a break below the 20 SMA, maybe. Uh, Otherwise, it's nothing, but it is hitting some resistance right there. I'll leave this since I don't have the Bollinger running. So I know we're breaking the 20 S. It's okay. That's all right. It's okay. Whatever this is. 2 hour. 62. And going. So that looks pretty good. Starting to shake a little bit. Got some pressure in here from bears. But I'm holding this. I'm holding it. Yeah. Theta was the other one, right? It only pulled back so much. That's as much as it pulled back. I thought at least it would come back. It's not done yet, so we'll see. Thought it would at least come back to this trend line. So choppy on this time frame. After rejecting off of the 886. Esther hasn't really come down. And Pump is just having fun. Chain link. No, we did not look at H bar. I think we stopped around chain link. Yeah. And that was trying, of course, it's choppy. Surprised it hasn't taken me out yet. It's avoiding me right now. So it's building some kind of a base. But I think that it actually does come back in here, though. It's chopping it. And there was nothing else. That I looked at that might have been decent. Let's just go through here and see. I know I don't want to do a near trade. There's just certain stuff I don't want to trade. Undo. Nope. Nothing. Costs. No, I don't want to trade no TIA. Arrow, nothing. AVAX, nothing that I'm interested in. Let's see, P. God, everything is just pith. A little bit too late if I was gonna do pith. Pith might swing up again. Might actually swing up again into those lows right there. What are you rejecting from? Yeah, it probably come back and push up. So wait on pith. Probably not gonna take it. Turbo. Orca. Ave. I used to like trading Ave. Looks like it might have already. Yeah, it's already done it. This must be old. Just trying to see. Yeah, it's going to sell off a little bit, at least a little bit. Maybe it bounces back off of this trend line right here, but it looks like it's about to sell off a little bit. I was on a one. Oh, I know what I went to do, and I didn't do it, was to draw the fib. That's what I went to do, but didn't do. So everything wants to come somewhere right back into here. If this is going to hold support, momentum, I mean, might be looking to hold right here. If it reclaims in here, I would look for it to push back up into here. Um, you can manage risk from this point if you were interested in taking a short off of it, because the high is just right in here. It's about where it's been capping out at. 1, 2, 3 rejections right here, but it keeps hitting it. Then hits it again, then it might break it and then actually push up into here. So that's the two options for a short on this. Either take it here as it might hold it, it might not. Right now it is. But you can take it from here, set the stop just above here, just slightly above here, only about $3 off or something like that. Since it has rejected here 3 times. So if it's breaking it, then it's more than likely, you're invalidated and it's probably going to come up here. And I just put it on that candle, or maybe it didn't tap it yet. And then, the stop would have to be different though. Stop would actually be a little bit more, just a little bit more. And then adjust it if it works. So it had been rejected off of this. Huh. Yeah, we're definitely back to doing what we were doing yesterday, which is, you think you got some sort of a pattern or something in here, and you really don't because it's going sideways at best. So we back to the box. Yeah, we're back to ranging. Let me put that on this ultimate top, ultimate low. Bitcoin likely the same thing. So it's just going sideways, sideways, and sideways. I'll probably put this one on a line. I'm in a wick low or something. Yeah, let's go for a wick low. Do that one. Might as well go for the wick high then. It's not doing any more than that right now. Okay. That's how it was yesterday. Same thing. Break broke down or wick down, came back up, rejected, came back down, came back up, rejected, came back down, came back up, and finally got that move through there. SFP. That was the SFP yesterday. Um, it's not much for a low to. Uh, it's not much. I guess we could say the same thing we said yesterday. What I said was with the SFP, maybe it bounces into, maybe it actually wicks down here. Like yesterday, I was thinking it'll wick into the 786. You use that as the SFP. Um, as far as price would go when doing the SFP, um, that's a little bit further. So this might not. It's a lot further off than yesterday. If it drops down that low, it'll probably come back right here and have some problems. If it comes back right there, you want to see it actually bounce from here. Because if it's not this, then we're doing too much. So we want to see it bounce from here actually. So maybe something like that. Depends on where that is in the next few too. So let me zoom out. So it's rolling over for sure. It's just been wicking. It's more of a bow. Mm. Get the reaction first. Get the reaction first. So don't just limit into something like this. Get a reaction first. That's your degen. So you don't want this. This would be at best, would be a wick into this without causing any problems. Otherwise, sit on your hands. Let it sideways chop. You know what? Scratch that one. This is the hopium. If it doesn't hold this, then we have to assess it, and that might take some time. Maybe it does the 786. On a 4 hour. Yeah. Did I sync this? I must have synced that. No. Yeah. 92, 287.15. 92, 737, 55. No, I didn't sync that. That's not working. If that doesn't work over there on that 15-minute, then that theory of this possibly being a head and shoulders, it did push through it from yesterday, but um hmm. So get the reaction first, and then if it looks like it wants to hold the region, then might have a long play. Dang, long just seem kind of risky right now. Solana, I mean, Ethereum is trying to hold the top side of trying to hold this prior resistance level right here. If it does manage to get another move back to the upside, I will look somewhere uh, about what we were talking about before, which is 35.73 from this rising structure in here. Also, well, actually, maybe not even that. Maybe just back. Yeah. Maybe just back into here. This is off of a line chart, as you remember. Just a line bias of it. if it does manage to push up there. Otherwise, be looking down here. Wouldn't look for the full move back down here. If it does, it does. Again, it's 3084. Since it is drawn off of the line graph. Which also means that if price comes down here and it wicks through it, but it respects it with no closure below it, um, or even a reclaim and starts to respect the top side of the line again, then that might be a setup for it to push back up. It's just taking liquidity over the trend line, and that's it. Um, if it breaks and comes back and fails to do that, then the back test would be a short play. Basically, be the same thing to the upside. Same thing I just explained to the upside. Um, because it can just be a liquidity grab. Strong resistance. Do have that strong resistance. And if you weren't here earlier, I'm not looking to short theta. I was looking for a long position into theta, which is why I was looking for a pullback, at least back into this trend line right here. I said earlier that, it may not have hurt to just actually taking the trade from there, simply because I'm looking for it to come back to it anyway. Like, I could take the risk now, but if I got lucky and it didn't hold that trend line and came back here, we'll minimize the risk a little bit more. That's not happening. So I think we had it set on yeah. So I was like, might as well. I could just take it from here, but see how big the risk is right here. It would have to be a small position. Small position. small position, small gains, but gains nonetheless. Because the risk is a lot, and if it is inverse head and shoulders, which it looks like it is, and we can see right here where this is probably a shoulder and this was probably a shoulder, and it had this breakout here from this neckline, and it actually had a back test and it held. So I don't know, maybe you want to claim this entire thing as a shoulder. I don't know. I just felt like that was it. um it looks pretty good. Might see some sort of a rejection through here and here, but ultimately it'll get back into these lows, at least back into these lows right here. You got this wick, that one, you got this right here. So probably get back into there, and just above the 786. I mean, just above the golden pocket. I like this chart, even if it wasn't that, even if it was. That doesn't count that though. So I like the idea of this being an inverse head and shoulder more. So wanted to find an entry, but the pullback was very minimal. What do I have in here that made you do that? Oh, VWAP. It's flattening out my chart. So the pullback it gave was very minor. I slick jumped back in the short on Salon. So I st- I still have my limit order set for above that 786, but I was looking at it and I was like, um, I'll quietly do it. It might still go back up there and stop me out again. I was looking at it and it was like, dang, I hate being stopped out on it, and it may actually not get back up there. So let me just go back into it again and see. I just saw this little trend line. I was like, I'm just gonna get back into it. Which it might bounce again from here. I'm hoping it breaks down. I want to get long again. I just need a good long entry for it. So it executed me back in at 139.23. So it's off of this candle right here. I'm hoping it doesn't do the bull. I'm hoping it doesn't do the bullish divergence again. Um, it already looks like it might. Already looks like it might. And I only did it because I'm only trading with like a 2x leverage. So it, I thought about, I don't know. I just did it. It's like I'm only, that's why I jump. That's why I jump back in. After it stopped me out. As I only got one take profit off of that first one because of that situation where it keeps holding the 50, keeps holding this right here. Maybe I can get another one take profit. We'll see. Everything else is steady. Market is steady. AVGO getting that little bit of a bounce there. Um, Getting a little bit of a bounce here with bear dip, so it might continue down. Just run through. All right, it's 9 o'clock. Market's getting ready to open soon. I just want to thank you for joining me today on the Coin King channel. I'm your host, Down the Crypto TA. I hope you're prepped for everything we talked about so far. Chime had a little bit of a bear dip on the 15-minute time frame, so a little slight pullback. Coinbase is all right this morning, holding that 270 strike at 270 as the market is getting ready to open back up. Yeah, so kind of holding on to that right there. Was thinking that maybe it probably would have got into here yesterday, 260. See, they want to keep us frozen at. Let me just take a look. COIN coin. See what might have changed from yesterday. $277.50. So we're back to that. $277.50. Right now, as it stood yesterday, that's the call wall now. $277.50. So what is that? Why did I do that? Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know why I did that. I could have sworn did I not top that in? 277. It's doing something weird. Okay, so as it stands right now, 277.50 is supposed to be the call wall, and then they have 270 as the put wall, but for me personally, I like to look at 262.50. So I'm gonna move it down, even though it is kind of holding that. I am going to look at, let's just say, 262.50. I'm gonna change this. I'm changing it. You know what? I didn't have to move that. I didn't have to. I'll change this one. I'll change that one. So I'm just going wherever it's crossing through. That's what I tend to like to go with. But you can see and hear how they have it. At their last update was 270 as the put wall, 277.50 as the call wall for for coin. So that's what I'm gonna look for. 262. I like that. That's my preference right here. It's always going to be either what the gamma exposure line is going through. It's going to either be this right here for me that I look at, or the biggest bar. And if I have any sort of confluence around that too, that makes a difference. Need that anymore. It filled that gap. I don't think I need this trend line anymore because it's straight blasted through that. So I'll get rid of that. Well, what I didn't look at, I need to see how that thing is doing today, which is Uber. And I know why I didn't look at it. Um, hold on. See Tesla. You know what? We didn't do this. We actually didn't do this. I don't think nothing really changed over here on Tesla. Yesterday, it was rejecting from here and managed to break down there and came back up and back tested this in here. I posted on it, which is why you see that there. This is what we were doing beforehand. Stretch this out a little bit and see if we can start doing the same thing over here. This one, like we were doing up there. Might be a little bit off. All right, I'm gonna stop being extra with this. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this trend line right here. Hmm. We did take a look at Circle earlier from the other chart. We're still not getting up here to this 90 for some reason. Maybe today. I said that yesterday, but maybe today. Um, should probably move this trend line. Just gonna draw a fib on this thing. See if we can't show this 85 some love again today. And maybe today it gets back to that 90. We'll see. not doing it. Uh, Wait on the reaction. And then who else was it? We looked at this already. Good. Getting a little bit of a push up through here. We yeah, good. So hopefully this doesn't get invalidated. This long trigger right here. Hopefully that doesn't get invalidated. Let's see. Let's go. Actually, this is the chart I needed to look at anyway. Hold on. This is what I was using to look at Uber. Uber. See where that's at this morning. All right, still holding up. Still holding up. I bought spot position on this yesterday. Uh, Should have did it the day that I first looked at it, but I didn't. But I did buy a spot position on it. Bought some spot. I just think it's overkill, even though this could still play out all the way down here. I just think it's a little bit of overkill. That a statement like that would make a difference. Doesn't to me. This is what we were looking at, the breakout, possibly going into open here, and it's doing it. Right now. I know we looked at that. Did we look at anything else? We look back at this right here. This was from yesterday. Um, this is still a bit concerning for me, even though Apple pushed. It did manage to get back up above what I consider to be the neckline. You see how it's still topping out here, still topping out here around this 280. It's not getting past that 280. At some point, this just starts to continue to go sideways. So maybe the 2 hour is trying to, I don't know, maybe they're accumulating right here or something. I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of funny because it's kind of hard to think that that's what happening, especially when it keeps just barely getting into here or getting into here and then getting rejected every time. So it's been working so far. I don't see a reason to not continue to do that, right? Take a short when it gets there. If it's working for you, it's working for you. And then it was just yesterday, it just broke through that 276 though. The day I started saying, hey, you know what? 277.50 isn't really, what's happening. It's that 276. It goes and breaks through the 276. Like, see, it stopped out right in here. But this low right in here. I tried this today. Watch, it wants to break it today if it comes back down here. It's not gonna let me have it. Oh, don't want that. And this is, what I was thinking the pattern would do exactly like it was doing something like that over here, which it did. That was the candle last down, and then these last few right here were up all the way into this one right here was up, and then this is a down candle, down candle, down candle until we start to get back over here. So we'll see. That stuff doesn't. I usually don't even try that kind of stuff right there. Sometimes it looks interesting. Sometimes not really. But I mean, it still hasn't invalidated the idea of this being a head and shoulder. The only thing that's starting to concern me a little bit now is it looked more even from this point, and now it's just starting to look like it's just ascending out. So I would take that idea away. It just keeps going sideways like that. That it probably wouldn't get into here. But that's what we'll be looking at today. If it falls back down here, it's a little closer to the trend line right here. And then this one right here, you can just use the 270 right there already. And then the measured move would be down here to 263. So Let's see if we get a reaction down here for a long. Um, if not, come back up here. I mean, if it keeps hammering at it, maybe it'll break it. I mean, it broke this one that time, so it keeps hammering at it. You know, it'll get that break, and I can do away with this terrible idea, this terrible idea from my channel, from my channel. See if you see it better from the 4 daily. Doesn't really look like the same situation when you zoom out to this time frame. It doesn't. Got the gap fill down here. If you're a gap filler, oof, please don't. Please don't. That's a nice little bottom and tail, but please don't. Please don't. Mm-mm. That was it. That was it. This was NVIDIA yesterday. I looked back at it kind of last minute. Let's see. Hey. So I don't get to. I don't understand. I thought I had an NVIDIA position back open. Let me check and see what happened. It won't show me anything right now. Just show me what I'm currently in. Oh, wants to make me log in again. All right. Because I could have sworn I had reopened and took that position. Why in the heck is it not showing up? Oh. Let me cancel that and try this again. Things acting funny. All right. Let me see what happened with this. Unless that was it and I closed it out and it kept going. That could be the case. I may have taken profit from there and then closed it out and then go back, when it kept running without me. Yeah, that was the case from yesterday. That's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. I may have already um that's exactly what it was. I entered the position and then I closed it out. I closed it out when it got into there. That's all that happened. And then it kept going. But the market was closing, so and I think I shared it. The market was closing, so I don't know. Was the market closing? I don't know. But that was it. That was the position right there. And I just wanted to do that little bit. Uh, this was another one that I was going to be looking at in the event that happened. But maybe it wants to run on today. I don't know. I don't have an Nvidia position now, and kind of sucks. Got above this little trend line situation down through here too. We'll see what happens today. I did say watch out for that 165 though. Uh, it's out of the money right now. It can be in the money at some point. And that was it. That was it. Yeah. Maybe I'll trade Tesla for the first time today. Uh, I haven't had Tesla in my portfolio in a long time, and then it was a spot position for it. I just haven't liked it too much. It's been doing good though. It's been doing really good. Other than that, I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Not from this stuff anyway. Um, just hood unless it rolls back down here. Comes in lower. It's already at. It's already seeing the wick reaction right there. Already seeing this wick reaction right here. The rejection and stuff. So maybe it rolls back down here some, or all the way, or all the way. Corn rejecting. Right about that trend line right now. I just threw that trend line in here. But it's rejecting right about there. Nothing new. Um, no data in here printing just yet. That's that 165 right there, which 165 has been on the chart for a minute and it just hasn't come down there to that price target. This right here has an expiry for 1226 though. So we'll see. Uh, yeah, that's 1226.25 right there. And you see Tesla up here, the 490 strike here, bullish strike. That ends about a week, 1 week from now. Market close today. Closes today. Stock market should be 24.5. 24.5. Other than that, that's all I got. So I'm gonna call it a stream. Again, I really appreciate you for being here, and hope you have a wonderful weekend. If something comes up, it'll come out, and I will post on it. If you're looking for a channel to subscribe to, this is the place to be. I don't regurgitate. So I don't. It's not a channel where you come to and what you hear is what you're hearing on every other channel. You're not going to get that. So um, I try to find the information the best I can. Try to show you some different stuff to look at too, or at least you see how I'm over here working on the charts and plotting stuff out. Um, so hopefully you're developing, a style of trading. I love RSI. I love MACD. I love those free basic indicators. I try to turn them into my own and start playing with them a lot and start recognizing things in them and try to turn it into something that I can build around my personality or my style of trading and things my experience with them. But um, that is going to be the Coin King channel. Okay, I'm going to be hosting for the most part. So down to Crypto TA will be hosting on his channel. And no, I'm not. I'm not the Coin King. um, Hold on. He just told me this time. Just trying to find. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I was taking a short at it since the C cash ran. Just trying to find opportunities at the moment. I don't marry trades in and out. 10x from 47.35. Just playing a swing. I got stopped out It's so short on this push up. Did you? Ah, yeah. That and here it goes again. Look. And here it goes again trying to push back up here. I think we're at a top though. If it pushes up, maybe it does that 786. I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna do it again. I do have my limit order set on that, to go in on that 786. It's performing a little better right now, so we'll see. Oh, and thank you so much, Sincerity too. I really appreciate you for your time. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's hope Solana pay us pay us out. Wants to behave today to the upside, but I think we're topping out on this thing. At least from this time, from the 15, from the let's see. Yeah, we're coming to some sort of a little bit of a top. I want to get long again though. I do want to get long again. I just want that opportunity. So short first and then long. Snap 135. Yeah, see how it's trying to hold. Well, one thing we got until it breaks it is going to be that point of control, that resistance at that point of control, which it looked like it rejected it perfectly the last time, and that was 144. That was 144.93, 144.75, 144.80. So yeah, try it again. 144.73. It looked like it's gonna put in a bear div too. I mean, this is a pattern that breaks down, so hopefully we get it. Hopefully we get it. Let me check back in on Bitcoin. Oh, this is my Solana chart. We still just sideways on Bitcoin and sideways on Ethereum. All right. All right. So please have a blessed day, everyone. I really hope you're blessed this market. You can't find a setup in crypto, take a setup in the stock market. Be careful on BTCC because there's certain things that just not. I'm gonna tell you from my experience, and I'm not that experienced with BTCC. I know Hood, you're not gonna have a problem with Hood. Apple, no problems. Nvidia, no problems. Palantir, no problems. And when I say no problems, I mean when you set for your limit order, it basically will put you in at the price. If you're just hitting the limit button, it'll put you in at the price that you're asking for. And you don't have any issues when you're trying to close out a trade either. So when you're setting your stop loss, you're not going to have any issues with them saying, hey, your stop loss can't be this close. But it's some other things that you might have an issue with. I know, like with it's not really an issue with Circle, but they do require you to trade shares of 10. So you have to do shares of 10. 10 being the minimum, and if you wanted to add on size, you have to do 10 more. So you have to do it in interval, you have to do it in multiples of 10. And with it was Netflix. With Netflix, I learned that they automatically charge you. So you're gonna end up in the hole on Netflix automatically. I don't care if you put a limit order for 190, price hits 190 and bounces away from 190, meaning it didn't go against you at all. You still negative on Netflix. And I don't know why they do that with Netflix, but they charge you something for Netflix just to trade it. So that's been my experience so far. So yeah, I try to stick with what I know is a little bit friendlier, and so far that's been it for me. So it's been Hood, Apple, Nvidia, and Palantir. Yeah, the market is about to open in 4 minutes. And they might time you out. They might time you out, which will make you have to go back, log back in and stuff like that. They might time you out. And then, of course, like I said, when the market is closed, they don't have like after hours trading or anything like that. So if you got to stop, then your stop means nothing when that market is closed. It doesn't trigger you regardless. It doesn't trigger you until market is back open. So you can still take a loss. And that's the only thing about it. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Because I've had a trade on Nvidia before where, and that was my first experience. And my stop, it was after the market was closed, but I just figured, okay, if I have the stop in here, even though the market is closed, that my stop would be respected. No, you just when the market opens, if it's below that stop loss you had, just losing money. That's it. You just losing money. It'll close you out, but it's gonna close you out at the loss for where it's at when the market opens. So, yeah, take profit's the same thing. Runs up there to your take profit. Forget about it. You're not taking profit if it. Yeah, that's it. Only when the market is open. So I've been getting to where I try to close out the trade unless price action is far from my entry. Try to close the trade out if it's close to it when market closes because there's nothing you can do about it otherwise. All right. So appreciate you. And let's just hang in here and let market open and see what direction we're gonna be going in on some things, and then I'm gonna get out of here. I need to see. I don't know if BitGet they've I've seen some people promoting BitGet because they're doing where you can trade like Nvidia and a couple of other stocks and stuff now with leverage. But they probably are going to be the same way where if you set a stop loss that it won't make a difference, that you can't trade it after hours, which is crazy because even on platforms like Webull, you can trade after hours, pre-market and stuff, pre-market, post-market up until 9 or whatever. So it's crazy that they don't. All right, we're open. We didn't have any news today either. I don't think we did. It's Friday. No, we didn't have anything that would impact us today. Let the craziness begin. I guess we'll start out with the chop again. And then, yeah, here we go. Starting out with the buffoonery. Solana's a little bit quiet. A little bit. Hmm. Nothing crazy just yet. Bitcoin there. Breaking again. We'll see. Uh, Again, maybe an SFP in here. If not, I think that puts it below. I mean, just wait for a reclaim or something like that. Yeah, to put it below everything. So we got 200 EMA right here. Reacting at the 120. You got the 200 there and then a 400 right here. Most people don't care for it when it breaks the 200. 120 really slaps, and I always say that 120. I love the 120. I love it. It's amazing how much price action really interacts with that one. So this would have to be a wick if it decides it wants to do it right now. It's holding and make sure Solana trying to rate. It's not right now. Still not right. Ethereum doing the same thing as Bitcoin at the moment. A little bit more tied to it. Change this trend line here. See a little pump happening. Yeah. It still has to prove itself. Yeah, Ethereum really needed to hold there. It really didn't have any other options but to try to hold from that this golden pocket right here. Coin was trying to push, so it did come up and break that trend line there. Hood in the push as well. Loving the profits on Hood right now. Probably, hopefully, it's about to have that Bollinger expansion that I was mentioning on Hood. I hope so. Um, from the 15-minute, it is a slight rejection. Might want to TP now, huh? But yeah, it's already reacting. I saw that earlier, right in here. Might be hitting the top or something. I'm gonna let it ride. See what I can't get out of it. Uber continuing to push, looking pretty good there. For anybody who jumped in on that Uber, uh, Amazon said no. Wow, wow. Came in with the nuke. Was looking pretty decent. I just figured, maybe market opens and it's already figured out a direction. No. Okay. I'm still willing to take a position on this one right here. See if we can't eat into this liquidity down here. That'd be great. It seemed to like it. So might be a long opportunity if it does that. If not, I get in probably based on the candle or something like that. Wow, corn is looking pretty strong. Uh, Google's still holding up from yesterday. So we saw that might be a channel or something like that. Let's see. At best, maybe have to re-enter on a position down here. Otherwise, we talked about the gap that's here. So the gap that's down here where this trend line is at, and then the 300. Just wherever it wants to react at, I'd be willing to take one off of either one of those levels. Apple could offer a short again right here at this 280. It's been hammering at it, so you know, want to at least see some sort of a reaction off of it. Today it wants to hold up around the 277.50. Today it wants to hold up around it. It didn't want to hold up around it yesterday. Nice little tweezer bottom so far. Coin is gone. Coin is gone. Am I getting wrecked? No, I'm not getting wrecked. But coin is gone. This candle is pretty strong getting up towards this level. I don't think we've seen a candle like that before. Yeah, we have. We saw one right here. But it was only that one so far. This candle is pretty nice so far. Nvidia, by the time it gets up into this 185, it'll probably be cooked. Yeah, by the time it does that, it'll probably, you know, do what it was doing prior because it's been getting stuck there. 180, 185, and 190, nothing more. So we're still just ranging here. 180, 185, 190. That's it. But whatever happened yesterday that caused that extra pushover because we weren't getting that before. Not really. I mean, once that 170 at one point thing. That's down there. It was a thing at one point. But today being Friday, they probably keep it closer to 185. So I'll be playing every time it comes around 185 today. 180, 185. Tesla. 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 Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Tesla came in strong this morning. Strong. I see some puts trying to pop up in here. Some puts trying to come in on Tesla. Ah, Tesla. Rivian puts on hood. Like they just won't let me be great with it. Look at these puts. Look at these puts. I don't know who this is, but I'm gonna go find him. A lot of people been shorting that Rivian though. Be mad at Tesla for pumping. Be mad at Tesla for going 460. Well, we've been stopping out at. Not really. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, should I try it? I'm gonna wait for some confirmation. I'm not gonna do it yet, but yeah, I can see that. I'll wait for some confirmation. So a put would be in order, or a short would be in order for Tesla. I'm not gonna fade this strong candle right here. I'm not gonna fade that. That Bollinger Tango squeeze. Bollinger squeeze. Yeah, I'm not gonna fade that. Let that come from. Well, I did leave this trend line in here. You know what? Tesla tapped that. Let me see. I'm gonna see how Tesla, what how they treat me trying to trade Tesla. I'll do Tesla. Hopefully, it's no problem. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm gonna give it a minute. I was did we count 60? Pretty close to it. Mm, I really don't want to be premature. That's how I get left behind too. Mhm. Mm, 460 seems to be the consensus though. That seems to be the consensus. That 460. You snooze, you lose. You snooze, you lose. Yeah, I'm gonna set a limit order on that. I try it. I try it. Order confirmation confirmed. It's how I got stuck yesterday, where it didn't come back up and put me in the order. But we'll see. I really don't. I really wanted to wait for some confirmation, but 460 seems to be the consensus. It doesn't mean that Tesla can't keep going because it can, regardless. I like how it's pausing out right here, though, a little bit, a little bit. 455 seems to be like as much as it would do back down. Maybe 455, maybe 450. Um, 455. If it's strong, if it's gonna stay strong, it'll probably just come back towards this. Um, yeah, probably just come back to that if it's gonna come back. It would be here. Possible support level. I wonder if that was this line. You remember how it was rejected? How it was you, something like this. I'm not gonna like it was because it wasn't dropped at that point. No, I'm not gonna be able to put it back like it was. I'm just trying to make sure I can grab it again. I think it was like that. I think it was off of that one. No, that couldn't have been right because we were holding support from it right here at this low. That couldn't have been. That can't be right. It's all good. But this could be support if it comes back down right here, which it looked like it might on a deeper retracement. I'm almost sure it hit it. It's just not showing it on this extended. All right, Solana's breaking the low of that channel. All right, it didn't execute my order. Like, what's the problem? You're at it. It literally just drove through my limit and it's not executing it, which is fine because, wow, okay. I guess you don't want me to be in it. Yeah, it just drove straight through it. Okay, it took it then. But the crazy crap is it took it after it deviated above. Like it didn't. So, no to Tesla going forward. No to Tesla going forward. It waited until price was above my ask and then put me in. So I'm negative. I don't like that. I probably would be negative anyway, but still, Tesla going forward. You heard my little P and click means no more TSLA trading on BTCC. They have come with the shenanigans. That's why my behind should have waited on confirmation right there. And give you one more dollar before I close it out. I'm about to take an L early this morning, not being patient. Dang. Oh well, I tried. Look at all these calls. Yeah. 490 is probably going to be that target. Remember that 490 that I posted on the Tesla? Well, I didn't post that on Tesla, but that's the call for 490 from that whale order. Let's see if they get it. Won't get it off of this first move probably, but that's what they pushing for. I don't think I got anything up there. Let me take a look at this. At least that's the from yesterday. That right there. But some good volume. Mm. Yeah, that's an L. Sorry. That's an L for me. Dang it. Not being patient. Anyway, moving forward. Who is this? Circle. Made it. It made it today. Big fat rejection. That 190. It made it though. My Uber gets rejected. That's the spot position. It's not the end of the world. Got close to our line down here. No SFP, but 227.50. Still grinding. I guess you're gonna break this today. All right, y'all seen me lose, or at least you know I lost. So enjoy your Friday. Stay safe, fam. Love you and goodbye.